Hello, good morning, and good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to this new cycle of Movimiento por la Comprensión Lectora, a movement for the early literacy in Latin America and in the Caribbean. As you all know, this is a joint effort in which many institutions, NGOs, more than 400 institutions have joined in terms of this incredible challenge that we have in the region, that is to really provide basic and fundamental skills for our children, for our youth. And we know that in the case of Latin America, unfortunately, after about 200 years of independence, we still we're not able really to ensure that all our population is able to read in a comprehensive manner. So we want to talk about this, of course, from international perspective. And for this, we have really, really incredible guests. First of all, I want to introduce Martin Benavides. He's director of IEPE from UNESCO, ex-minister or former minister of education of Peru. So from the region, welcome, Martin. It's a real honor. And also Rachel Hinton, also a close friend, a senior advisor of the UK FCDO, with a very impressive, of course, experience in the field of education and development in general, but also in academia. She has been the promoter, really, of the Workshop for Global Education at Oxford University. So we're also very honored, Rachel, of having you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
So we have an hour to really talk in a very, hopefully, engaging and I'm sure very entertaining way to take out of this what can we basically learn from our institutions. And I should introduce myself. My name is Javier González. I'm the director of SUMA and also part of this Movimiento por la Comprensión Lectora, especially in Central America and the Caribbean. So I want to start by saying, of course, we have this huge challenge of early literacy. The World Bank has shown that we have a very high level of learning poverty in the region that has increased as a result of COVID. But we must say that, unfortunately, because we are not the poorest, but the most unequal region in the world, together with sub-Saharan Africa, is that really there was already structural inequality in our education systems, and therefore it's not only because of COVID. We were already in a quite delicate situation in terms of our capacity to really ensure this early literacy and fundamental skills, and that's why. And I want to put an example. Many countries, such as in Argentina, Argentinos por la Educación, in Chile, we have also Por un Chile que lee, in Peru, etc. In many countries, there have been campaigns from NGOs, but of course being led by the government, to improve these early literacy skills. And we want to learn more in terms of the role of evidence, and also the kind of support that maybe UNESCO, FCDO can provide in this issue, and the knowledge that we have accumulated. And I want to just put one issue that has to do with, sometimes we feel or we see that there is a lack of political will to move forward. But I want to just maybe point out from SUMA perspective, and also from GPE, which were part of it through KICS, is that in July this year, 12 ministries of education from Central America and from the Caribbean signed an agreement, which has been called the Antigua Agreement, and which is basically an agreement to really eradicate illiteracy in these countries, in these 12 countries from Central America and the Caribbean. So there is today a momentum. There is a momentum to really change the situation. And again, we can see this also in South America, Brazil being Sobral, quite important case, Argentina, etc. So there is a momentum in the region in relation to early literacy. So with that in mind, I start my round of questions. So my first question would be, it has to do with, we know that any reform, and Elmore would say that any reform, in order to be really successful, has to depart from and start from the pedagogical core, so pedagogical practices. So what I would like to maybe hear from you, from your work and the type of strategies that you are promoting from your institutions, is what is research saying in terms of those practices that seem to have the most impact and that in more transformative impact and potential that could be used in the region to promote this early childhood and early literacy commitments. So Rachel, maybe I'll start with you and then provide the floor to Martin, and then I'll keep switching. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, and it's a real pleasure to and privilege to be talking to you all here today. And I think, as many of you will well know, one of the biggest challenges that we face, and governments all over the globe face, is the evidence not necessarily being clear. And one of the things that we did at FCDO with our colleagues from the World Bank and from the UN was think about how do we address that problem of this disparate information. And to give you one example, I was recently in Ghana. We just had the ADEA conference, the African Union organizing a big conference of 20 ministers. And after that, I was there at the ministry. Those big concrete buildings, very imposing structures, spiral staircases going up. And along that corridor, you saw 8 different professionals, tech professionals, all with their paper in their hand with the evidence, and some a little nervous, but each one claiming that their intervention was the one that should be bought by the minister and should be invested in. But the question is, how robust is that evidence? How big a sample size is it used on? What is the cost of actually implementing that evidence? And I think these are the very questions that we felt weren't necessarily being synthesized into really useful product. And that's why about 5 years ago, we established the Global Education Evidence Advisory Panel to help us all think about, okay, so what does work, what works, and at what cost? Bringing in that cost effectiveness question that is so critical if you want to take things that work to make a difference for children to scale. So that panel included people across the regions. In fact, one of the most active members is Jaime Saavedra, who you will know well from Peru. But it includes psychologists, it includes economists, people with political history background, and they put out the Smart Buys report. So, if I may, one of the ways we categorize that evidence is into the best buys, the great buys, the good buys, promising buys, where we think that there may be a big impact, but we actually don't have enough evidence. And then things we actually call bad buys. And we call it bad buys because we have evidence to show that the learning outcomes won't change if you do those things. So to give one example, doing structured pedagogy for children and actually supporting learners to learn at what we call the right level is an incredibly important intervention that can be implemented in many contexts and is now really gaining momentum across the globe, and we're seeing some great practices of how that can be mainstreamed with support often from civil society organizations to help really get children learning. And one good example of that happening was in Kenya through the Tusome program, where children were being supported with a structured approach to their learning.
Thank you so much, Rachel. It's very interesting, and indeed the work that Gibbs is doing is very interesting. Martin, please, I give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Javier, and I'm very happy to be in this panel, and also congratulations for the movement that you have created, the Movimiento por la Comprensión Lectora. I think is very critical, and I really appreciate the idea that you are putting learning at the center of national agendas, and I think that only that thing is very strategic. When we talk about reforms, I mean, we talk about so many things at the same time, and sometimes we lost the priority that the learning agenda should have in those reforms. So it's very important that you are part of this movement and that you're promoting the idea of supporting in different countries foundational learning. I would like to complement what Rachel just has said. I think that as important to have the evidence that Rachel has been analyzing and talking about, I think it's very important for our countries, especially our region, to try to strengthen the system that will support the reforms related to learning. In that sense, I think it's important to not only to try to identify what evidence is critical for improving foundational learning, which is very important, but also it's important to think about how we are going to organize the system in order to promote that specific evidence in one specific context. And this is related to so how to promote coherence within the system. So in the sense that teachers' practices should be aligned with pedagogical good practices and with curriculum and all the different ideas that a specific government wants to promote, but also how this system is promoting trust between the different actors to, for example, promote the importance of using timely, high quality, actionable data at multiple levels of the system, not only at national level, but also, and probably more importantly, at the subnational levels where most of the action happens in the countries. So it's important in that sense to build trust for data collection, to build coherence between the different policies that we will the specific countries will need to develop in order to improving one specific situation related to foundational learning. And also, I think it's important, and that there is a lot of evidence, and I think that the Latin American region has been improving a lot on that area. It's very important that the countries combine different sets of of data, no? Not only system level data, but also classroom level data, no? To guide foundational learning reforms and these policies that should be better aligned and with more trust within the system. No? So we need to promote learning assessments. And in the region, we have very good experience of continuity and very strong teams working on producing learning assessment data. There's a lot of important developments on that area. Also, it's important to be able to develop what is called early warning indicators. And also in our region, we have very good experiences related to the ability of the system to identify problems in good time and not at the end of what the problem has increased very significantly, but trying to develop different early warning systems related to how pedagogical systems are working, how students are reacting to different new implementations. We have also to build information on teaching practices. In that area, the region is Latin America and the Caribbean region has also some experiences, but not as on learning assessment data. It's very important to collect data on instructional time, school conditions, teacher deployment, which is an area very critical also for some of our countries in the region, but also talking about how to support all of that, the idea to be able to get some very good administrative and data related to finances, to try to connect what we want to achieve in terms of foundational learning with concrete investments and different policy choices. No? In order to do that, thinking about the system, I think good practices are those who, for example, promote within the ministries to have units of planning, no? That are not only to plan, but also to help the system to make the good relationship between the planning and the pedagogical practices and the teacher policies and all of that. So to have those areas that try to articulate all of that, I think is also critical. So in general, I think that as important to have good evidence, good data, is to have very strong ecosystem that can support the development of the policies that evidence is showing that they are producing good results.
Thank you, Martin. And I know actually in the region, Peru has been a leading country in terms of IMES and in terms of tracking data. It's very impressive what Peru has been doing. And we mentioned Jaime and Martin also is part of that success that we see in PISA, right? Peru is one of the few countries in the region that has been able to sustain growth in terms of learning achievement. So indeed, all what Martin is saying is not only theoretical, but it's been done, and that's the value of it. So let me structure somehow the conversation in terms of two phases. We covered somehow what is research saying in terms of what had to happen in the core, and Rachel was talking also about TARL and that kind of practices that GIP is identifying. But Martin also was talking about the importance, of course, of the enabling conditions that allow for this pedagogical practice to happen. And from SUMA and together with the OECD, we just launched a report on high quality teaching practices, for example, which also we will be launching another version for Latin America in the next trimester. So my question would be, what is, in your view, but of course based on research and on evidence, those enabling conditions? I think Martin kind of talked a little bit about this instructional time, for example, non-teaching time that allow teachers for planning and evaluating, etc. But that other kind of enabling conditions that research is showing that we need is not only about saying to teachers, you can, it's, well, basically you want to, but we can't because we don't have the conditions. What is research showing in your case, Rachel, but also Martin, because you're working with governments in creating ecosystems, not only in terms of data. And I will go now into the data part in the next question, but in this part, it's in terms of what is research showing in terms of the enabling conditions. What are the key factors that allow for teachers to, for example, promote metacognition or to promote collaborative learning, which are the best buys that maybe Rachel is talking about, right? So maybe I'll go back to the same order. Rachel, I don't know if you want to start by talking about the enabling conditions that would allow this very high impact pedagogical practice to happen in the classroom.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think it goes back to, if you were to sum it up in one word, it's about back to what Martin was saying about having a strong system and a supportive system that works at every level. But I would say there are three very specific areas where we know if we put these things in place, it will really help boost learning outcomes and really support teachers. So the first is actually ensuring that there are really good coaching systems for teachers. And we know that makes a huge difference to their practice, to the confidence, to the mechanisms that they use in the classroom, how they engage with their children. Some really interesting work on teacher-child presence, it's called, meaning really the rapport and relationship between the teacher and the child. And actually effective coaching is one of the highest yielding interventions that we have seen from the Smart Buys. Again, there's a nice example is that Tusome work in Kenya. They were working within the system using what they call curriculum support officers there, and actually using those support officers to go and work directly with teachers in the classroom. That intervention worked for grades 1 to 3, but it showed that about 87% of the teachers were actually getting some sort of kind of support, and they were aiming to kind of make that more and more frequent. And giving tailored advice. And so it's about those feedback loops of much of that evidence Martin was talking about, getting back to teachers. So having enough of those, the assessment data that helps them learn, but also putting the lessons into very usable tools. So the kind of 4 usable tools that I think help provide a good enabling environment for teachers involve having structured lesson plans, having targeted instruction routines, and that includes discipline. And often discipline is one of the tools that is often missing from teacher training and often missing from pre-service training. Thirdly, having coaching guides and diagnostic checklists that really, really help. And we know that, class size and so on, all of these things matter also in terms of a teacher's experience. The second big kind of enabling factor, if you like, for good learning outcomes is to making sure that the pre-service training actually then really sets teachers up for practice in the classroom. Very often around the world, and I actually think in Latin America, you're better than many of the other regions in the world. But actually often it's often very theoretical what's taught in the pre-service system. So making sure those years that teachers have really are well used to give practical tools that will help them cope in very complicated, very complex, challenging environments. And then that pre-service is actually aligned with what then gets taught in service. In many parts of the countries where I'm working most, which are low and middle income countries, often in sub-Saharan Africa, very often there are lots of outside providers who come in and give in-service training. It might all be brilliant, But if it gives them different dosage levels or different instructions or different techniques that don't align with what had been taught in the pre-service, very often that in-service training doesn't stick. Some of you may have read a really interesting report that Dave Evans produced when he was at the World Bank, and it showed that actually of all of the in-service training, only a fraction of those training sessions had any impact on what teachers went on to do. And it wasn't due to poor quality of training. And then I think just thirdly, we need to make sure that all of the data that's collected, and a lot of data gets collected in all kinds of ways, actually has feedback loops for the decision makers at the district level, at the local level, at the head teacher level and classroom level, so that we can adapt. We use a term, test, learn, adapt. Test, learn, adapt. It's a phrase that we use a lot in FCDO around making sure that data gets back into the very hands of the people who need it the most. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rachel. Very important, definitely, in the region, just to maybe connect for the audience, coaching systems such as in Sobral, for example, are exactly what you're saying, which are very successful and have been spreading through Brazil, but now through Latin America. They are, in the doses of it, it's around one coaching session a week. And it also is very articulated with the continuous training, so basically in-service training. So the interesting thing is they do 3 weeks of coaching, the 4th week is on training, and then the interesting thing is that they're being trained in the in-service on what they will be teaching the next month. So the in-service training is very pertinent because they're saying basically, oh, I'm going to go for the training that will allow me to teach better the next month. So it's not something disarticulated. So I think your points are very well taken. Thank you so much. Martin, please.
And I think, just to add on to that, if I may.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, just to add on, I think that the other thing that you make me think about is that although it's not the best buy, one of the other good buys is the importance of the parents in that process. And I'm thinking about it because it was one of the things we saw in Sobral when we took some teams from Asia and from Africa to visit. And they realized that actually the attention that was being placed on using all members of the community, whether that was not just direct parents, but it could be grandparents or carers or other members of the community, supporting and coaching and encouraging children is hugely important. And I saw that you had a session yesterday also with Ben Piper from Gates Foundation and talking about the literacy paper and just the number of hours of practice children really need to become good in literacy or in numeracy really requires that wider community. Thanks. Thanks.
No, definitely. And maybe also to highlight one point, which again, we're doing in Latin America, but again, these are examples for, I think, to inspire and to see that we can also transfer these knowledges from one region to another. With the University of West Indies, together with KICS and GPE, we have promoted reform in 10 countries in related to their practicum, which is another point that you mentioned, Rachel, which is their practicum until now, it was at the end of the career of the program. Now, with this new reform, it starts from day one. So from day one, teachers to be are going into the classroom, really connecting theory with practice, and I think that's so important. So thank you so much for those two points as well. Martin, please.
Yeah, in our region, we have been more. We have more experience doing reforms that support in-service training more than pre-service training, and I think that as was mentioned before, it's time to try to align both in a better way. No? We have a lot of different reforms on in-service training. Unfortunately, we not the impact that countries were expecting. And one area that has not changed significantly in the region is all what is related to pre-service training. Basically, because this is the area of the universities, no? And there is this issue of autonomy of the universities. So I think that it will be important to work on one idea that helps the ministries of education to try to also to reform universities where the future teachers are getting trained. And part of that reform is related to what you were mentioning, in the sense that how to combine, the in-service theoretical training, but also with a lot of hand-ons and experience, of practical experience during the training that the future teachers are receiving. One thing that has been showing important result also is this peer-to-peer support, that in some countries is working well, no? In the sense that you have colleagues that have probably more experience or has been related to some important reforms, helping other colleagues, and that's an innovation or a reform that has been showing important results also in some countries. No, but in addition to that we can call more on issues related to contents, to the capacity to teach in a good manner. I think it's also very important to think about how to engage more the teachers into reforms process. No? We all know that in our region, the life conditions salaries are not necessarily the best for teachers. In some countries better than others. Some countries have been improving on that area. But so how to motivate teachers to be part of one process of reform? This is very important, no? Because we can have the best evidence, we can have the best in-service training, but if we don't have the teachers that are motivated to produce the change in the classrooms, things will not work. So how to be able to improve that, no, the motivation of teachers. And I remember that in the report that you were mentioning, Javier, this was an area that was very important, how motivated teachers can help students to improve. No? So how to increase that. No? One possibility is to try to give more autonomy to teachers, no? To give enough trust also to them in order them to be able to develop different innovations and try to solve concrete situations, and in that sense gain some confidence on what they can achieve. Our systems, for this very important purpose of collecting evidence, we also at the same time we have been making a lot of pressure in on collecting data from teachers. I think it's important now to try to have a good balance on that and give some autonomy, some more autonomy to professors to be able to innovate. there are a lot of different innovations in the region that might be important also to try to scale. I mean, the innovations that the teachers themselves are producing every day, some of them could be part of future policies at scale. That's one thing, to give more autonomy to professors. And the other is to build the teachers' careers. Something that in some countries also we have been able to implement, in the sense that try to motivate good future professors to look at the career, at the teachers' careers as one possibility, where if you have enough important conditions and performance, you would be able to increase your career path and gain more experience, but also salary in the process of advancing in this teacher career. So that's another area which is very important to promote. I mean, and that's a way of also engaging more teachers in this motivation to change. Some countries has done some important improvement in promoting teachers' career, others not yet. But I think that will be important to also to begin to implement as a complementary process to improve uh, uh, the motivation of professors. And finally, I think in that area, um, I mean, there is a lot of evidence. IIP has been working with also FCDO colleagues on that. I mean, the importance of middle tiers officials and to be close to the teachers, giving to them, I mean, evidence, pedagogical support, trying to be the build mediation between the classroom and the more aggregated levels of administration. So try to develop these important linkages between these middle tiers and teachers at the classroom level is also important for not only for improving teaching practices, but also to improve the motivation of teachers.
We can't hear you. No, we can't hear you yet. We can't hear you now. While we're waiting to hear Javier, I just wanted to come back, Martin, on something you were saying, which I thought was really fascinating, which was this question about teachers themselves doing research and having the opportunity to test interventions. And I wanted to check whether audience were aware of an organization called Education Endowment Fund and Foundation, because it does fantastic work supporting teachers to do exactly that, and has a really useful website that I think people might find interesting, where you can put in a question about an intervention or an issue you might have, and it gives you what the evidence and the state of the evidence is at the moment on that topic, with the links to all of the research, which is really interesting. I don't know if we have got Javier back yet.
Yeah, Javier.
without
No,
sound.
no,
We could turn to the question he was posing earlier around the type of data that's most useful for strengthening learning. Because I think there's both IIEP and FCDO are very engaged in those things. And from our side, and I don't know, Martin, I'm sure you'll have some things to add, but from our side, there's sort of 4 types of data that are particularly important to get that whole picture to accelerate learning. One is what we've talked about a bit, the administrative data, which we need to kind of target resources properly and really help ensure we've got decision cycles, and that can really help about thinking about budgeting. It's something that IEP traditionally have done a lot of. But the second that's often less supported is classroom level data. And this is often the most transformative. And that comes from structured observation tools and helping give teachers the confidence around how to use those observation tools has shown to be really, really useful. And that again feeds into the coaching point we made later. The third kind of data that we have really promoted at FCDO is rapid learning assessment. So sort of ensuring that you've got simple, oral fluency tests, numeracy tests, your kind of EGMA and EGMA Lite versions. And that really helps with that being able to say group students or pace the curricula, know as a teacher whether your students are really keeping up with you. So those sorts of rapid assessments are also key. And then I think another type of data which has been missing for many years in our sector, although was very present in, say, the health sector, is cost data, and really collecting cost data on programming. We know that differs hugely according to the dosage or how often you might need to say implement things, or how many textbooks you'd have per child, and all of these questions around the costs of your intervention. But Martin, this is something that is very key to what IIEP and
yeah,
UNESCO have done for many years.
yeah, absolutely. From our side, also, we believe that a strong evidence ecosystem emerge when countries can embed assessment and data systems within the policy cycle. No? So from the diagnosis to the implementation and the monitoring. No? So when we are able to combine these different kind of data that in some way goes from the diagnosis to the classroom, those are the situations where things are improving and has more stability. No? So from IP, we work a lot on trying to bring capacity development, no, to different ministries, trying to help ministries to understand the tools and the different data, trying to develop some skills to analyze, to interpret, but also to apply the data. That's an area that for us is very critical in this project of trying to move the data from the diagnosis to the classroom. And we know that this comes also a lot with trying to develop very strong institutional arrangements within the countries. We have evidence that successful systems rely importantly on the stable units for assessments, but also for planning, for evaluation, and more importantly for collaboration between each other. No? one recent development that also is important in terms of the data ecosystem is the collaboration and co-construction with local actors. No? So how more and more is important to try to get into the different contexts and identify new data that has been produced there, and try to see if that data could be used for purposes related to the policy implementation. So we think that that evidence gains strength when teachers, researchers, and community participates in its production and use. No? So the idea to try to open the production of data to ministry, but also to the local community, engaging more and more with researchers, with think tanks in the countries themselves. No? That's the case, for example, of SUMA, that they are very much engaged with the production of data for ministries. No?
Absolutely. I think it's your point around trying to create institutional structures that last and sustain. SUMA's really led the way in terms of really encouraging the use of data and evidence. And something we're doing, the initiative that's called the What Works Hub for Global Education. I hope many of you listening might be part already of that community of practice. And if not, do feel free to go on the website at the University of Oxford, and we welcome people signing up to that community of practice. But one of the things that they're doing is creating, helping support evidence labs. We still can't hear you, Javier. We'll carry on while we're waiting. But I think one of the exciting things there was when we saw in Peru with Minedu Lab, that of course had been created when Jaime Saavedra was there, was how it actually sustained through political change. Because many of those sort of institutional structures or groups of staff within a civil service often don't sustain political change. So what was it that was so special about that lab that meant it sustained? And we've been taking a lot of the lessons for other countries from that example. And there are it seems like there's three things that were crucial. The first was that those staff were co-designing interventions with really good independent academics, often from within the country, the region, or globally. The second critical thing seemed to be actually supporting then that evidence to be used for real-time changes in an intervention, so that evidence wasn't just sitting there as a report on the shelf that no one was reading, but it was being used for that test, learn, adapt. It was being used then to change an intervention. And then the third thing was that evidence that they're producing was actually guiding what to scale up or what not to scale up. And I think we could ask how did they do that? And again, the What Works Hub's taken lessons from this, which is the first pillar of the What Works Hub was about how do you translate evidence that often is very turgid, very difficult to read, and how do you actually guide it and translate it into really usable forms so that it gets into the hands in maybe a visual way, maybe in a graph or a case study, and not in a formal report. Javier, can you? No, we still can't hear Javier. I think those. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, one important characteristic of the labs, and especially Minedu Lab, was that the questions they were trying to solve were really policy questions. No? So there were questions that were critical for the ministers at the moment of the specific period. No? So there were, for example, helping on how to develop early warning systems, how to improve the value of education in areas that they're in areas that are very complex and far away from cities. So a lot of different ideas related to concrete policy questions. No? So I think that's
Yes.
something that was one of the
Yeah.
advantage, and the other, this combination of different specialities, no? In the sense that it was work related to education, but not only people with pedagogical careers were engaged on that, but also economists, social scientists, political scientists. So that helps to give to the different research that they were doing some very good perspective, no? Not only from one specialty, but different specialties that were combined. So I think those two characteristics were important, and especially the one that says that in order to solve educational issues, we need not only a person thinking about the economics of education, but also the sociology of education, the pedagogy, engineers for issues related to infrastructure. So that's another thing that I think it was very powerful, and we
Yes.
can extract some good lessons learned from that.
No, I think the political cycle question and making sure evidence is available at the moment, the right moment, is key. I know I'm trying to imagine the questions that Javier would put to us, and I know the other thing that he is always challenging us is about the institutional conditions for this evidence ecosystem to be really strong. And I'm sure you've got thoughts on that as well. But I wanted to share one development that I think was really crucial, and again that I hope some of the members link into, which is the Building Evidence in Education global group that UNESCO has also been very key in helping establish. Now it's more than a decade ago, isn't it, Martin? That was set up. But that was done at a time when there was a sense that RCTs were the answer to everything, and there was just one kind of data that mattered. And one of the most exciting debates was actually between Rachel Glenister, who of course now is the president of CGD, arguing for RCTs, and it was a sort of posed as a debate versus Kane Rowlandston, who had been at Young Lives collecting longitudinal data, and he was coming in saying we need qualitative data as well. And it was a very heated discussion. And one of the consequences of that debate was to actually that we all agreed as global players that we needed high quality standards for research, whether it was quantitative or qualitative. And those guidelines were then produced and jointly signed off by all of those institutions, which have been very helpful in really improving the quality of evidence that's been collected over the last decade. And I think that they still remain really useful guidance notes that are available on the website for everybody to access and see. But my last point on that is this one of political will. I think that, Martin, one of the things we've been very fortunate in FCDO and the UK is that evidence and evidence production has always been taken very seriously. And historically, we actually had 3% sort of earmarking of our budgets where we had a proportion being used for evidence production. And that's been really crucial, along with independent, we call them chief scientists, but within our ministry, we actually have independent academics who come and are embedded inside our ministries and help set the vision, if you like, for evidence and what needs to be produced and how it gets used. I don't know how many other countries might follow that model, or Martin, what you're promoting there in UNESCO on that. But political will is a crucial factor in all of this work.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that there are different models to build that independence on research. Some in some countries they try to build that from like collaboration with think tanks that are not part of the government itself. In others, building civil careers within the governments to have like research staff, no? Like media labs or things like that, that they have enough independence to produce the research that is necessary. I think two additional points could be: one is that as important to have
Sure.
strong researchers and strong institutional ecosystems to produce the research that is necessary, is to have researchers that pose the right policy questions. No, seems to be very simple, but policy questions are different than research questions. No? And that's something that I was trying to, when I was at the ministry, always trying to explain to my fellow colleagues from the research world that we need to do some adjustments to try to deal with better with what we can call policy questions. And the other thing is that that's something that IIP has been promoting, is try to engage in South to South collaborations. So we have been building what we call community of practice, no? Where we have researchers or practitioners from Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean, discussing, debating between them in different areas and trying to share the evidence that is available from one context to the other, and try to discuss about those kind of results. No? So community of practice for us is another way of disseminating good research and in between colleagues from different part of the world.
So I just had a message from Javier to ask whether, just as a takeaway for all of the audience, Martin, the kind of classroom assessment that you think would be most useful to really monitor learning, given that we all know, Javier started the challenge with the learning poverty and the real challenge we have. Well, I mean, it's global. I know he was saying there's a particular equity issue in the region, but this is a global challenge. So as a last takeaway, in 1 minute, because we're already at time, but what do you give, give advice to everyone out there? What would be most helpful to monitor those learning outcomes?
I think to me what is critical is to think that it's important to build data ecosystems, not only related to learning assessment, but also to other kind of indicators that are important, for example, to inform teaching practices. So I think that the system should try to combine different a balanced set of system level, but also classroom level data. And as important as producing more data is to try to create some coherence and trust and capacity in the countries, so that evidence informs planning, resource allocation, but also classroom practice.
I love that word that you use, this word trust. And actually, people might like to read a a paper we did a long time ago now, 2019, called Pathways to Impact. And it was a paper done with my colleagues, Laura Savage at the time and Rona Bronwyn. And that whole issue about trust and relationships was really clear in this triangle between how do you really bring researchers, practitioners, and government really not, instead of being in three different separate pillars and silos, how do you bring them really together for us to have the solutions to put learning at the heart of what we deliver in the classroom? And we've got one last question coming from Javier, which is the kind of governance system that we need. And I think that it is about creating this trust between these three partners and preventing this siloed approach where knowledge doesn't flow between those very important partners. So yeah, it's a great pleasure and privilege to be talking with you. From Javier, he says, thank everybody for coming, and apologies for the audio crisis. I hope we didn't do didn't pose as hard a question as I know you would have to us, Javier, but we have greatly enjoyed talking with you all today, and it's a real privilege for me to be here as well. Martin,
No,
thank
thank you
you.
very much, also Rachel and Javier, and also al Movimiento por la Comprensión Lectora. I think it's very important that you are engaging on this initiative, and good luck to the different practitioners and staff from our region in all the new things that they're doing now for changing our systems. That's it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, hello again to everyone. Thank you for being there in another session of the Reading Comprehension Regional Meeting. I'm Víctor Bollman. I'm the director of the Observatory Argentinos por la Educación. And we have the pleasure of having Andreas Schleicher, Director of Education and Skills for the OECD, to talk a little bit about the Latin America's opportunity to advance in reading comprehension. This Encuentro Regional 2025 of the Movimiento por la Comprensión Lectora. This is a virtual meeting that started, as you know, a week ago, that brings together key actors from Latin America to advance reading comprehension as a central education priority. We gathered so far ministers of education at the national and subnational levels, leaders from international organizations such as the World Bank, the IDB, UNICEF, CAF, UNESCO, scholars from different universities, governors, mayors, teachers, and funding organizations. This meeting is open to a broad audience, including educators, families, students, communicators, makers. And as I said, today's session is titled Latin America's Opportunity to Advance in Reading Comprehension. We're going to speak in English. Our goal is to reflect on what global evidence tells us about reading comprehension, what we have learned from PISA over the past 2 decades, and how this knowledge can inform better policies and practice in a region. So it's a great honor for me to welcome Mr. Andreas Schleicher. He is the Director for Education and Skills at the OECD, and he is the man who started the program for international student assessment, PISA, as we know it. Andreas has worked for more than 20 years with education leaders around the world to improve quality and equity in education. His work has shaped how countries understand, how we all understand learning outcomes, including reading comprehension and also science, math, and how these results translate into evidence and into policy. So Andreas, thank you much for being with us today.
Thanks for hosting me, Victor. Looking forward.
Thank you, Andreas. So I wanted to start with a big question from the beginning, to start talking about the origins of PISA. This was, let's go back 25 years in 2000, if I'm correct, and you were involved in PISA from the very beginning. So my question is when PISA was first designed, what gap in global education knowledge were you hoping to fill, and how has that original mission evolved over the past 2 decades?
You know, if I think back to those years, the discussion on education was very much dominated by enrollment and spending. You know, the best education systems were the ones that had the largest share of their young people somewhere sitting in a classroom, and were spending a lot of money on them. And, you know, we had very little of a dialogue on quality, and also actually very little in terms of peer learning. Countries were not looking to each other to learn from and with each other. And the idea of PISA really that, you know, we designed was to look at learning through the results that are being achieved. How capable are young people to understand the world, make sense of the world, read not just in a mechanical way, but use reading for learning. And in the same way, not just what they know in physics and chemistry, but can they think like a scientist? I think we wanted to sort of create a kind of global architecture where countries work together to frame what are the knowledge, skills, attitudes that matter for success. How can we define them together and then build the kind of framework to look at the results that are achieved? And as you can see from the results, it's actually quite, you know, little relationship between enrollment and outcomes. There are some countries with very high enrollment rates where still the level of educational quality are quite low, where a large share of young people do not even reach what we call the baseline, literacy skills. And so I think that's what PISA really put attention to, how we can move from access to quality and from, content to relevance.
Okay, really, really interested. I think at that time you pushed forward the conversation about education. There were already some international assessments, such as TIMSS and PIRLS, predecessors of PISA, but they were more focused maybe on primary school. So the PISA test focused on 15-year-old children or young adults. And why was that decision made? Why did you decide that 15-year-old students were the target population?
And have they mastered that skills? The approach of PISA has been quite different. PISA does not ask, did you learn what you were taught? But PISA looks outward. Can you apply what you have learned? Can you extrapolate from what you know? Can you use your knowledge creatively in novel situations? So it was not designed around the common denominator of national curricula, but it was designed around what we call that concept of competence, the ability of young people to authoritatively use and apply their learning. That was the first difference. The second one was we tried to assess students at a later age. We choose age 15 because that's the age when the world of work becomes real to people. When school is getting towards the end and, the life after school, there should be awareness among young people. And that was very important for us to look at that transition point. To what extent are young people really prepared well for life after school? What you haven't learned at age 15, probably you're going to struggle with for the rest of your life. So that was important for us. And the third difference is really the policy context. When I worked for TIMSS, our audience were scientists, they were experts. We did not expect to influence public policy. And PISA was designed with that intent, actually. So it collected a lot of data on the context in which students learn, in which teachers teach, in which schools operate. And then, we were able to interpret the learning outcomes in the context of, a student, a school, and a country. And that was very important so that we could give policymakers some clues on, how students can learn better, how teachers teach better, and how schools systems can operate more effectively. So that contextual data is not a byproduct or an add-on to PISA, but it's very much integral to the design. So yes, assessments is not a novelty. Assessments have existed throughout, large parts of, the last century. But the idea they were used in a very, very different way, in a policy-oriented context, in a context that, looks at relevance, that places great emphasis on the validity of the instruments in life settings. We're trying really in PISA to measure knowledge, skills, and attitudes that predict the success of young people in life, at work, and in society.
Interesting, Andreas. And looking back at more than 20 years of PISA, the last round was that we have results was in 2022. This started in 2000. What do you see as the most relevant or surprising or even counterintuitive lessons at a global level?
Yeah, I think the number of quite counterintuitive outcomes. I mean, the first thing is that, poverty is not destiny. You often think, well, kids from poor backgrounds will do badly in school. Well, that's certainly not the case when you look at this across systems. In 2012, we found that the 10% most disadvantaged young children in Shanghai, in China, were doing better than the 10% wealthiest in many, countries of Latin America. So again, poverty is not destiny. There is no, immutable link between the background from which students come and schools operate and the outcomes. And I think that's a really important finding, that we should not see this as a deterministic, but that public policy can do a lot to attract the most talented teachers into the most challenging classrooms, to match resources with needs. That's the first thing. Another finding is that, you know, money only gets you so far. The United States spends 10 times per student than Vietnam in purchasing power parities. And Vietnam gets the same results. So it tells you money is necessary, but it's not sufficient for success. And the same is true for student learning time. You know, some of the countries with the largest volume of learning time, you know, think of Morocco, where students spend over 50 hours learning per week in school and tutoring and so on. And still results are not so great. And then you look at Switzerland, they have, you know, less than 30 hours per week, and they, you know, have a high level of productivity. So again, you know, it is counterintuitive. You always think, well, if I want to do better, I have to add more time. Not necessarily. You know, focusing on the quality of learning environments can be a better bet. You know, some countries believe, you know, migrants are a drag on their outcomes. You know, I have more immigrants in my school systems, and therefore, you know, they will lower performance. No, not necessarily so. You have countries where migrants, in fact, pull results upwards, or where, you know, some countries have been very, very successful in integrating students with an immigrant background. And I think all of those are really encouraging insights. They show us that actually, you know, it's not all given by the context, but education can just make such a huge difference. Education policy, no?
Great, Andreas, interesting. And let's focus a little bit more on Latin America. You talked about some trends in the global education, comparing different educational systems. More than 80 education systems participate in PISA. But let's focus on Latin America, which at the very beginning, I think only 5 education systems were participating. And today, more than 15 education systems participate in PISA. So it's a region that grew a lot in the quantity of education systems that participate in PISA in every round. So, what lessons from the Latin America results stand out to you? So, are there any findings that challenge common assumptions about learning, about progress, about reform in the region?
Yeah, you know, I think the first lesson really is that, you know, just looking at results can make such a difference. You know, I still remember the time, you know, one day, you know, very early on in PISA, we got a call from the president's office in Brazil, you know, can we join PISA? And I was quite surprised. You know, PISA was originally designed for, you know, the countries of the OECD, which are all quite economically advanced. And then I received this call and I said, oh, we will welcome the participation of Brazil. But I said, you know, why would you do that? You know, I mean, your economy is less developed, so probably you find yourself pretty much at the end of the scale spectrum. It could, you know, have a, you know, public impact. And then I remember, you know, the president saying, look, you know, we're not stupid. We know where we are. But the problem is in my country, everybody thinks education is great. You know, the kids get, you know, all good marks. They're sitting for long hours in school. The parents find the school of their children better than the school they went there themselves. Today, it's nothing that will make us look upwards. Nothing which make us change. And so they did take part in PISA, and they did get the last place in the league tables. But it sparked a huge debate and discussion in Brazil. And actually, you know, they were able to double the investment in education. If you speak to Fernando Haddad, now Minister of Economy, he used to be the Minister of Education in those days. He talks of a time before PISA and a time after PISA, how that awareness of, you know, global education just, you know, drove the education systems towards improvement, created that kind of public demand for better education. I think that's a really, really important lesson, because the tradition of many Latin American countries is that sort of education was a kind of story for the elite. You know, if you have in a good context, you get a great school, maybe a private school, but this idea that education really needs to mobilize the talent of the whole community, of the whole society, that's actually quite foreign to the tradition. I mean, you see, it's the continent with the largest social disparity, and you can't just explain that with, income disparity. There are countries in Asia, that have as large income inequality as Latin America, but you don't see the education inequality. They still had that tradition, we need to give everybody a fair chance in education. And I think that's been something that PISA has brought awareness to in Latin America. I mean, we can see in countries like, Colombia, in Peru, in Brazil, real change in that, part of the distribution, that the lower end of the distribution has really moved up, that, many of the countries have almost a majority of 15-year-olds that do not even reach that kind of what we call the baseline level of literacy. That level of literacy where, you start to moving from technically being able to read to use reading for learning, where you can expand your horizon, where it becomes an empowering tool. Half of the young people do not reach that point in a world of artificial intelligence, where actually this exposes you to so dramatic risks. And I think that awareness that this can be different, I think, is one of the biggest, outcomes that I've seen really in many countries in Latin America. I think also the focus on teachers, that it's not just about having someone in the classroom, but that pedagogy matters, that curriculum design matters. That sometimes, teaching fewer things at greater depths can give you better results than crowding the curriculum with a lot of content. Another pattern that's interesting, I can't tell you why, but that's quite common across countries in Latin America, is that the education system very much focused on reproduction of subject matter content. Students learn a large volume of material and are quite capable in reproducing it in different contexts. But when you give them tasks where they have to extrapolate from what they know, use that knowledge creatively to solve complex problems, learn autonomously, show agency, show problem-solving skills, many of the students struggle. And I think there's lots of awareness of that now. You see really interesting approaches to curriculum design. I must say, again, I come back to the story of Brazil, because for me it's one of the most fascinating stories. It's a very large education system, and you have, something like the state of Ceará that, linked every high-performing school to a less performing school and leveraged the knowledge and experience of successful schools to help everybody advance. And I think that really has set a very important tone, that, equality of opportunity that, was always in the public discourse, but it wasn't really translating into educational reality. And I think that's changing.
Yes, and also it's changing thanks to having results, right? Because if we hadn't standardized tests such as PISA and others, we didn't have the information about it. We were just another person with an opinion, but we didn't have the facts to check if those results were being achieved or not. And going into reading comprehension, if we look at the countries that participate in PISA, the education systems, there's a group of champions of PISA. So Estonia, Singapore, Canada, Finland, let's say like the top 5 or top 10 educational systems consistently perform very well in across the subjects, and specifically in reading comprehension. And from your perspective, what do these educational systems have in common? What are the key drivers? What are the lessons? What's behind their success in the reading comprehension results? What can we learn from them?
Yeah, I think the first thing that you can see is that they often do not treat reading as a kind of school subject. You just have to read a lot of volume of material, but reading is almost, a synonym for learning. That actually, if you go to Estonia, for example, in preschool, you do not have students being drilled to learn to read. You do not see that. Actually, the idea there is, let's build that curiosity for learning. Let's build the kind of building blocks for literacy and give that children that energy. And then they come into school and they're full of enthusiasm. They're actually, have learned to socialize. They've learned to, be self-disciplined, self-regulated. And they learn very rapidly. And at the age of 15, they demonstrate superior learning literacy skills. So I see this idea that literacy is really the foundation that enables us as humans to understand the world, to make sense out of things, to act in this world, to take on responsibility. I think you can see that very, very clearly. The second part is particularly literacy. Mathematics is more school-bound. You do not learn it on the street, but literacy is something that's very much linked to social processes. Early on, whether your parents read to you, whether there's an awareness that, a literature-rich environment matters, whether your teachers are really good at building, that motivation in you. Otherwise, it becomes an uphill struggle. Students, dislike to read, and the enjoyment of reading is one of the most powerful predictors. The high performers that you quoted all see great levels of student enjoyment for reading. Students do not just read for instrumental purposes. I have to read that document, but they like to read because they see that reading is, broadening their mind, broadening their horizon. So I think that's a really, really important part of it, more than, the specific pedagogical strategies that are then used in the classroom. You can see lots of variation on that. So a great emphasis on making this a whole of society enterprise, connecting parents, connecting schools. I'm always amazed how the East Asian countries, even in the most difficult circumstances, bring parents along. I was once, in a really poor, a neighborhood in Yunnan province in China, and I was so amazed how in that environment you see excellent reading skills among young people, and also great reading behavior. And I asked a teacher, how were you able to bring parents along with you on that when they couldn't read themselves? And the teacher said to me, I try to talk to every parent twice per week. And I said, you have 50 students in your class, you talk to every parent twice per week. That is an incredible workload. And she said to me, yeah, it is a lot of work, but if I wouldn't have all of these parents helping me, I could never do my job. So you can really see how reading was built as a kind of social activity. And I think that's a really, really important kind of point that PISA always highlights, how closely reading results and behaviors are interrelated. No?
Yes, and that makes me think about, you said the importance of society. This is not like improving literacy and reading skills is not only the work of governments, it's not only the work of international organizations, but also the effort of NGOs, of the community-based initiatives, how they play a role, of parents, of the families, both working directly with the learners or even supporting public policy through advocacy, through innovation. And in Latin America, we are building this movement for reading comprehension that now includes more than 400 organizations in the region. And from your perspective, how can the civil society effectively can contribute to improve the skills we need, the learning outcomes we need, particularly when we work alongside governments and international organizations? How can the civil society push these results up?
There's a very simple finding in PISA in all Latin American countries. If you look for one of the most powerful predictors of reading skills at the student level, is the number of books that you have at home. Of course, if you throw books into a children's room, nothing will change. That's not the point. But it's a symbol. It's a symbol how society values reading. And if children find books in a school library, if children find books at home, it means to them, there is value in treasuring knowledge. There is value in us accessing that knowledge and expanding that knowledge, contributing to that knowledge. It's not just, I need to know something and now I have to go to the trouble of reading, but it is something, that is what distinguishes us as humans, that we are conscious, that we can actually, expand our knowledge by our free will, that we're not just consumers of stuff. And so that's really, really important. And that's where society can make such a difference. It's the symbols and signals. If your parents read to you, if you have a good public library, if reading is present in our societies as a tool through which our culture is created and portrayed. I mean, not all of it, but a big part of our culture is created and also communicated. And I think that's a really, really important part. These days everybody talks about digital literacy now. And then in one of our last PISA assessment, we assessed digital literacy. And then we ask ourselves, what predicts digital literacy skills? And, your first thought is, oh, well, of course, the students who have more opportunity to read on a computer, they will have greater digital literacy skills. We didn't find that relation. In fact, it was often negative. The students that did best on digital literacy were students who had read books over 100 pages. They had read paper books over 100 pages. And you ask yourself, why? And we ask ourselves that question too, and we don't know the exact answer. But one hypothesis clearly is, if you read a book of fiction, you have to build a complex mental representation of things that you do not see in front of you. You have to imagine characters. You have to imagine their relationships. You have to build that, a world of imagination. And that's exactly what you need in the digital world, to make decisions, to navigate ambiguity, to manage complexity. If you just read in the digital world, you are much more likely to just absorb the content that is thrown at you. The marmalade that comes out of ChatGPT, you just consume that step by step. You do not have that cognitive activity. And I think that's what society can do. To convey, reading is about personal growth. Reading is about, expanding to new worlds and, connecting myself to other people, understanding how other people think in different cultures and different traditions. And I think that's the biggest contribution that society can make to this. And then, children, I think, will learn on their own, and young people will continue to learn reading throughout their lives. But if you haven't mastered those foundations, it's just a misery. It's just an effort you make to, get some, instrumental knowledge, and that is not enough. No?
Yes, you were talking about ChatGPT and digital literacy, and back in 2000, when all this started, reading literacy mainly referred to understanding printed text, to understanding books or stories. But now, by 2025, this includes also navigating digital environments, children using TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, social media, and evaluating online information, dealing with misinformation as well. So I wanted to ask you, how has PISA definition and assessment of reading evolved during these years to reflect these changes and what are the new challenges that this pose for educational systems and also for evaluating educational systems?
Yeah, if you look at the last 25 years, as you say, at the beginning, literacy was mainly about linear text. It's hard to imagine for us, but in the year 2000, we mainly read linear text, newspapers, books, things that were carefully curated. If you had a question, you could look it up in your school book and you could trust the answer to be true. What a nice world. No? Today, you look it up on, Google or ChatGPT, you get 100,000 answers for your question, and nobody's telling you what is right, what is wrong, what is true, and what is not true. So you can really see how the construct has shifted from, interpreting information to actually, navigating ambiguity, managing complexity. Hypertext has introduced a new dimension. Now you no longer, see one linear structure in front of you, but you have a complex representation of knowledge. You have to find your own way actively through this. So that's how PISA has evolved as well. It evolved from assessing linear text to hypertext to the multiple text formats, the interaction about them. And now in the next generation, it looks at AI literacy. Now, it's a natural evolution. Again, can you make, ethical decisions? Can you understand complexity, distinguish fact from opinion? Those are no longer, sideshows or academic curiosities. They are what reading now is about. So you can see that history of literacy well reflected in the constructs that are being assessed in PISA. At the very same time, we try not to be distracted by the medium. I think that's a great risk, that sort of this idea of literacy gets lost and we just focus on the way in which it is communicated. We still are very interested to see to what extent can, young people reflect on information, triangulate, build relationships, understand, connections, all of those things, make responsible decisions. These are the constructs that are of enduring relevance, and they will, be even more relevant today than they may have been in the past. We try to focus on that. We use the medium simply to represent, the kind of literacy challenges to young people now.
You were talking some minutes ago about the efficient use of resources. As PISA shows, the relationship between per pupil investment or spending and education and learning outcomes is not linear. Of course, without money, we cannot assure good results, but up to a point. After that, more money does not guarantee better outcomes. So at the same time, we see some educational systems that have maybe the same per pupil spending, but they perform very differently, especially in Latin America. We have several examples of countries who are spending the same or sometimes even less than other country, but outperforms the first one. So what do you think governments can do to ensure better learning results of every dollar invested in education?
Let me focus on Latin America for a moment, because I think there are some really interesting lessons here. I think the first lesson really is, better align resources with needs. Like spending in many Latin American countries remains highly regressive. Even though the infrastructure may look very similar and the student-staff ratio may look very similar, students in disadvantaged areas have access to the less qualified teachers, the poorer educational resources. So in quantity, it may look similar, but as soon as you look at aspects of quality, the quality of student-teacher relationships, the experience of teachers, you can see huge differences. The first thing really is, how do you attract the most talented teachers into the most challenging classrooms? How you get the most capable leaders, principals into the most difficult schools? And I actually, again, the example of Ceará in Brazil is a very interesting one, leveraging the experience of well-advanced schools to support the education systems to become better. Now, it's, by the way, something, secret of Vietnam in education, of parts of China. They have a very strong tradition to better align resources with needs. That's, for me, the lesson number one. The lesson number two for Latin America is to have a much closer eye on productivity. Students spend long hours in classrooms, but they actually often learn relatively little. There's a lot of emphasis on the volume of content, on the time spent learning, but very little on students sort of being active learners. Students spend lots of time listening passively to what the teacher says. And our data show very clearly where you have a very strong personal relationship between the student and the teacher, where there is an opportunity for students to do things, not just learn things. You can see much better results. The scientific experiment that you remember from your school is the one that you did, not the 20 experiments your teacher talked about at once. So I think creating more active engagement of students, creating also a closer student-teacher relationship You know, in PISA, we ask one very simple question on the relationship, you know. If you come back 3 years from now to your school, do you believe your teachers will be excited to see you? And, you know, when the students say yes, then everything is okay. They're not getting stressed. They're not worried about the exam. They're actually very engaged, active learners. When the students say no, they are disengaged. They are just passive consumers, you know. You have such high dropout in Latin America still. Young people simply, you know, leaving school. And that's not because of economic reasons. Maybe for some, but not for the majority. We have data from PISA, actually. For the majority of the students that we tested outside the school environment, it was a lack of relevance. They say school has been a waste of time. You know, it doesn't relate to my current life, it doesn't relate to my future life. And I think that is where the resources get lost. The volume doesn't translate into the kind of experiences that energizes young people, that, you know, gives them that agency, that sense of self-efficacy. And I think that's something really, really important, to think about a resource utilization that puts much greater emphasis on the experience of learners, on the relevance of this, and on the quality of student-teacher relationships. I mean, you know, maybe it's a kind of not so fair for me to say this, but, you know, why did it take Latin America so long to reopen schools after the pandemic? You know, kids were kicked out of school for years. No, there was no need for that. It was not a health reason. It was because, you know, there was a lack of, you know, energy in the system, a lack of, you know, we are in this together and we have to make this work for the next generation. And I think that's something that is a bit of a symbol. No?
Yes, and speaking about the highly regressive systems we have in Latin America in terms of allocation of resources, I was thinking about this socioeconomic trap, because if we look at PISA results, of course, the relationship between socioeconomic status, if a children comes from a lower socioeconomic background, is a strong predictor of the student performance. But at the same time, it cannot be an excuse for us that we work in educational systems. If we cannot stop and say, okay, until the socioeconomic status goes up, we don't do anything. So based on PISA data, what can we learn? What can we do to help those children and have better results in education systems?
You know, this is one of the most powerful lessons from PISA. It's not about your individual social background. It's not the social background that comes from the family that you bring into the school that predicts these low outcomes. It's the aggregate social background of the school. The problem in many Latin American countries is not that there are students from poor families. The problem is that the situation of those students gets compounded in the school they enter. You know, they get together with many other disadvantaged children. They get together with an environment that is less qualified. They get actually confronted with lower expectations. One of the most, you know, poisoning aspects is when, you know, we give up the hope that every student can learn. When teachers have this idea, oh, you know, these are kids from disadvantaged background, we make things easier for them, we lower our expectations, our standard. That is how the impact of social background is created in Latin America. You have as many poor students in Vietnam, you know, or these students, poverty exists in every part of the world. The question is, you know, how our societies treat the most vulnerable members of society. And it's the aggregate context of the school in the case of Latin America, and not just the personal background.
Interesting. Let's look ahead a little bit. PISA last round was this year, 2025. The results will be launched next year, 2026. When will the next round of PISA take place? What can we expect in terms of new developments? And what can we see about other projects that you have from the OECD, such as PISA for Schools, PILA, or other assessments that maybe you want to talk about, such as TALIS and many others?
Yeah, you know, in 25, we are focusing very much on learning in the digital world. And an interesting new aspect that we introduced, that we're not looking just at whether students get the answer right to the test questions, but we very much look at how they answer those test questions. What kind of approach do they take to solving problems? What does this tell us about the pedagogy underpinning about learning? So that's a really new angle that we take for the first time in 25 to look at that. Another really interesting instrument that we have brought out, and we have Colombia and Brazil quite active in that, is our assessment of social and emotional skills. You know, it's telling us another part of the story, not just the cognitive development, the literacy skills, the mathematical skills, but also to what extent do students develop, you know, psychological strengths, emotional resilience, strong kind of community engagement. No? And there are some really interesting patterns in Latin America. You know, you can say Peru still has a very long way to develop high academic standards, but you do see some really important social emotional qualities in Peru. And so we're trying to put greater emphasis on that to look more broadly at what it will take in this world of AI, in this 21st century, you know, volatile, you know, ambiguous world, what it takes for young people to be successful. And, you know, some of the soft skills of the 20th century are becoming really hard skills in the 21st century. And, you know, maybe some of the hard skills of the 20th century become quite soft, you know, technology takes them over. So we're trying to readjust it with some really interesting instruments. Then we have our pillar assessments, where we are bringing assessments into the classrooms. You know, there's a lot of interest often among teachers. They like the kind of PISA approach, you know, this applied complex reasoning approach. They say, but how can I do it in my own classroom? And that's where the pillar really gives interesting tools. We have the PISA for schools. Sometimes we get requests from individual schools. How do we come out on this assessment? Where are our strengths? Where are our weaknesses? How do we compare with statistical neighbor schools that look like us but achieve differently? So yeah, we have brought out a quite variety of instruments. To the main change that you really see is a broadening of the outcomes, you know, beyond cognitive outcomes, and at the same time also bringing the assessment closer to the front line, to make them more relevant to the school, to the environment, so that people can take action closer, not just at the level of government.
Thank you, Andreas. And when will be the next round of PISA?
After 25, it's going to be 29. That's
29.
And there the emphasis will be very much on AI literacy, the kind of literacy. And climate literacy is also a very interesting new aspect that PISA is bringing in. To what extent, you know, can young people take, you know, see the connections between the present and the future? You know, see that if you drink a cup of coffee in, you know, Bogota, how it can affect, you know, workers in Brazil and vice versa. And I think that kind of awareness is very important, and also how people understand the interaction between human activity and, you know, the climate and what that means. So I think that's the kind of literacy that we should not forget, that, you know, balance between, you know, living today and creating a better world tomorrow.
Great, Andreas. Thank you so much for these insights. So we had in this conversation, we highlighted the challenges for Latin America facing reading comprehension, but also we learned a lot about real opportunities around the globe to improve learning through evidence, collaboration, and commitment. Thank you special to you, Andreas, and your team, and thank you to everyone who joined us today. We hope this discussion helps and contributes to strengthening policies, practices, partnerships that ensure that students in our region become strong, confident readers, and that we have good results, of course, in PISA in the next round. So have a great afternoon, everyone. Thank you again, Andreas, and thank you for being part of this special session. Bye-bye.
Gracias. Gracias. Thank you.
Bueno, sean muy, pero muy bienvenidos a este panel de liderazgo escolar para mejorar la comprensión lectora, voces desde la escuela o de las escuelas. Tengo la alegría enorme de compartir esta próxima hora con ustedes del otro lado de la pantalla y con estos 3 directores espectaculares desde distintos lugares de América Latina, para ayudarnos a enriquecer las conversaciones sobre comprensión lectora que se han estado teniendo. Nada mejor que poder escuchar qué están pasando en las escuelas desde las voces de quienes están liderando las escuelas hoy. Así que muchas gracias a Vero, a Raquel y a Jorge por sumarse. Ahora los voy a presentar y vamos a empezar a charlar un poquito. Pero antes, para quienes no me conocen, aprovecho también para presentarme. Me llamo Magdalena y trabajo en Global School Leaders. Global School Leaders es una ONG internacional que trabaja enfocada en el liderazgo escolar en América Latina y el Caribe, en África y en Asia. Y un poco para lo que trabajamos y en lo que creemos con toda nuestra energía es que todas las escuelas merecen y necesitan excelentes líderes y que la educación comienza también con liderazgos fuertes en las escuelas. Y esto que creemos está muy acompañado por la evidencia. Está comprobado que el segundo factor que más influye en el aprendizaje de los estudiantes son los equipos directivos, el primero son los docentes. Y en particular en el mundo de la comprensión lectora también hay muchos estudios que analizan cuáles son los roles que deberían tener los equipos directivos para hacer que las intervenciones enfocadas en comprensión lectora sean más profundas y más duraderas. Así que si les interesa la temática y explorar qué dice la evidencia y qué programas de formación tienen evidencia al respecto, no dejen de entrar después a Global School Leaders, a nuestra página web que es globalschoolleaders.org. Pero hoy no queremos hablar de datos y de historias sin caras, sino venir a compartir de nuevo desde las voces de quienes están hoy en las escuelas. Así que vamos a tener una conversación en donde yo tengo algunas preguntas disparadoras, pero voy a estar leyendo el chat, así que si alguien mientras está escuchando la conversación tiene ganas de sumar preguntas, no deje de hacerlo, que voy a hacer mi mejor esfuerzo para traerlas en la conversación también. Así que como decía antes, tenemos a Verónica desde Chile, a Raquel desde Brasil y a Jorge desde México sumándose a esta conversación. Y los voy a invitar a que nos cuenten un poco exacto desde dónde se están conectando, desde qué lugar de esos países. Así que si les parece hacemos ese orden. Vero, Raquel y Jorge, primera vuelta.
Hola, bueno, Verónica Suero, soy de Chile, de la ciudad de Calama, del desierto más árido del planeta, en una escuelita cuyo nombre es Claudio Arrau, una escuela muy especial, una cantidad importante de estudiantes extranjeros, 70% de nuestra matrícula, y es el símil de una isla. Nosotros estamos rodeados no por agua, sino por desierto. Así que desde acá de Chile queremos compartir nuestra experiencia en esa escuela que tenemos nosotros acá, la escuela Claudio.
Muchas gracias, Vero.
Hola, buenas tardes. Me llamo Raquel Chávez, hablo de Brasil, de la ciudad de Sobral, en Ceará. Na minha escola tenho 1.104 crianças em las 5 turmas que nós estamos aqui atendendo. Mi ciudad es un pueblo muy caliente, se queda en norte de mi estado de Ceará. Es un placer muy grande hablar con vosotros.
Muchas gracias, Raquel. Jorge.
Hola, buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Los saludo desde el estado de Veracruz, acá en México. Y pues bueno, yo soy nativo de la ciudad de Jalapa, pero trabajamos en una comunidad rural que está más o menos en la zona centro del estado, al occidente del puerto de Veracruz, en una carretera estatal entre Veracruz y la ciudad de Córdoba, que es como la zona urbana más próxima. Y pues es el inicio de las altas montañas de esta región, que es muy fresca, muy rica ahorita en diciembre, y gustosos de estar aquí acompañándolos.
Excelente, bueno, muchas gracias por esa primera presentación, también como por empezar a ponerle un poco más de color a sus lugares, a de dónde nos hablan, para que la gente se pueda imaginar, lo pueda googlear ahí también si no conoce. Y para romper el hielo, después de esta pregunta desde dónde estamos, me gustaría que nos cuenten, si pudieran tener un superpoder relacionado a la lectura, ¿cuál sería y cómo lo usarían para transformar su escuela? Eso sería para, obviamente, directores o directoras. Así que voy a hacer el orden inverso para que respondan esta pregunta y voy a invitar primero a Jorge.
Muchas gracias. Pues pienso que definitivamente sería el poder de ser un gran mediador de lectura. Como bien saben, pues la escuela se expedita en una organización algo vertical y pues uno de los factores que en algunas ocasiones influye pues es que el alumno se siente como un poquito a lo mejor abajo, el que no sabe, el que todavía le falta o el que no quiere cometer errores, ¿no? Y precisamente la mediación de lectura propone un encuentro horizontal, y es a través de donde puede suceder un encuentro entre lectores y textos de manera, digamos, un poco más amable, más casual, y ese superpoder me gustaría explotarlo.
Excelente, muchas gracias. Mediador de lectura, entonces. Raquel.
Si yo tuviera un superpoder, mira, elegiría la capacidad de hacer visible y sentir el placer de la lectura por toda la comunidad educativa. Usaría ese superpoder para que cada docente pudiera reconocer cómo la comprensión lectora potencializa el aprendizaje en su área, para que los estudiantes se sintieran motivados y seguros en leer, y para que sus familias comprendiesen que leer no es solo algo de escuela, sino una herramienta fundamental para la vida. Con esto poder, yo transformaría la escuela en un espacio donde la lectura esté presente en todos los momentos y áreas, no como una obligación, sino como una práctica cotidiana, significativa y compartida por todos, desde las crianças, como sus padres, madres, profes, todos.
Excelente, visibilizar entonces el poder que tiene la lectura y la comprensión lectora. ¿Y Vero?
Bueno, el superpoder que elegiría sería la omnipresencia. El estar presente en todos los lugares que se requiere estar para hacer levantamiento de las necesidades de los niños, de las niñas, ver qué es lo que falta a los profes, a la escuela, estar en cada minuto de la vida escolar, en cada minuto un niño aprende a leer, que es una cosa maravillosa, ver qué es lo que les interesa realmente, las historias que tienen que contarse y que se cuentan generalmente dentro de la sala de clase o a veces pasan solamente en la cabecita de los chicos, en la imaginación, en cómo recrean la lectura a través de imágenes que ellos van creando. Creo que la omnipresencia sería ideal para poder ayudar cada día a que mejore el establecimiento, la enseñanza de los niños y el disfrute de ellos por la lectura.
Muchas gracias, Vero. Entonces ahí tenemos omnipresencia. Entonces nos quedamos con mediación de lectura, hacer visible el placer de la lectura y la omnipresencia. Entonces serían superpoderes. Y ustedes no tienen superpoderes, pero sí tienen sus poderes porque han estado liderando escuelas con muy buenos resultados, enfocándose un montón también en la temática de comprensión lectora. Así que ahora, sin superpoderes, pero con realidad, me gustaría que nos cuenten un poco más sobre sus escuelas, cómo son, un poco más de qué tipo de población atienden, etcétera, y cómo han estado abordando el tema de la comprensión lectora en cada una de esas comunidades que tienen particularidades bien distintas. Entonces, la idea es que podamos conocer un poquito más los casos y después empezar a ver si tenemos cuestiones que son parecidas o no, y cuáles son como los desafíos que también y oportunidades que vemos parecidas. Raquel, ¿te parece empezar a romper el hielo con esta pregunta a vos?
Sí, vale. Sí. ¿Puedes repetir? Creo que...
Sí, obvio. Se quedó congelado, perdón. La pregunta es que nos cuenten primero un poco más de la escuela que están liderando, como las características de la institución educativa, y después que nos cuenten un poquito sobre cuál es la manera en la que han decidido abordar la comprensión lectora en la institución.
La escuela que yo estoy trabajando es una escuela que se queda en una comunidad, en un barrio que tiene muchos desafíos. Tengo 1.104 estudiantes. Es una comunidad que acredita mucho en la lectura. Nosotros tenemos la lectura todos los días, en todos los espacios de la escuela. Tenemos proyectos donde los profes leen y invitan a sus padres a leer para los niños. Las crianças hacen lectura todos los días. Yo también cojo lectura de los niños, de las crianças, para que hagamos las primeras intervenciones desde el primer día de clase hasta el último. Entonces, es algo que nosotros hacemos mucho. La lectura permea todas las paredes de la escuela.
Buenísimo, Raquel, muchas gracias. Y también después te voy a hacer más preguntas, pero creo que para la gente que no sabe, es importante que el distrito de Sobral es un caso muy paradigmático en el mundo educativo, en cómo se ha abordado la comprensión lectora, porque pasó de ser uno de los lugares que no le iba tan bien en las pruebas a nivel nacional a ser como uno de los lugares a que mejor le va. Y eso fue un esfuerzo como claramente colectivo y de distintos actores del sistema educativo y no educativo también, pero también el rol de las lideranzas escolares, el rol de los líderes escolares como el tuyo, es muy clave en el trabajo que se está haciendo, ¿no? Entonces, ahí seguro nos vas a poder contar un poquito más de eso. Pero, ¿te parece seguir vos contándonos un poco más de tu institución y también del trabajo que están haciendo con comprensión lectora?
Claro. Mi escuelita, la escuela que lidero, es una escuela que cuenta con 770 estudiantes de primero a octavo básico. Son estudiantes en su mayoría migrantes, estudiantes extranjeros de distintas regiones de Latinoamérica, de distintos países, y van al 70% de la matrícula. Tenemos un 25% de estudiantes con necesidades educativas bastante variadas. Y la particularidad del establecimiento es que hace 7 años, el año 2019, la escuela se cerraba. Tenía los peores resultados de la región. Y luchamos para enfrentar este cierre y para fortalecer las competencias que teníamos como docentes, como equipo de gestión, para sacar adelante el establecimiento, y luego de 7 años hemos obtenido grandes resultados en evaluaciones estandarizadas. Somos referentes a nivel local respecto de cómo subir en estas evaluaciones, sobre todo en el área de comprensión lectora. Y bueno, hemos abordado la comprensión de una forma bastante particular, porque levantar primero la información necesaria para saber qué era lo que estaba causando los problemas de comprensión en los niños nos costó un poquito más debido a la variedad lingüística que tenemos. Y ahí encontramos que teníamos situaciones como, por ejemplo, trastornos en los sonidos del habla, que tenían que ver también con las diferencias que tenemos en el habla en los distintos países de Latinoamérica. También existe esta brecha, a lo mejor, que provoca las diferentes formas que tenemos nosotros de hablar español. Todos hablamos español, o la mayoría, en Latinoamérica, pero es distinto. Y una vez que tuvimos levantamiento de todas esas situaciones, nos focalizamos en la conciencia fonológica, se establecieron programas para la recuperación de la lectura, se franjearon horarios para los estudiantes no lectores, aulas diferenciales para aquellos que tenían algún trastorno en los sonidos del habla o algún trastorno del lenguaje, fonoaudióloga, que está de manera permanente también cooperándonos, fortalecimiento en el desarrollo de la profesionalización docente, específicamente del área de la lectoescritura y de la conciencia fonológica, incorporación de aulas de lectura y de comprensión lectora que están equipadas específicamente para estudiantes de primer ciclo, que sería de primero a cuarto básico, la apertura de la biblioteca, el kiosco escolar, podría nombrar una infinidad, pero se trabaja básicamente en la nivelación permanente de la lectura. Nosotros tenemos registros quincenales de la calidad y la velocidad lectora, y bueno, acompañado de talleres específicos como son taller de habilidades cognitivas, taller de habilidades lingüísticas. Entonces son varias acciones que se desarrollan para poder mantener una comprensión adecuada en cada uno de los niveles escolares, de primero, como digo, hasta octavo básico. Ha sido una lucha, pero que ha traído sus frutos. Nos sentimos muy contentos, porque además logramos despertar el gusto por la lectura en los niños más chiquititos a partir de este tipo de acciones. Días del libro, se festeja la lectura, se celebra el libro. Eso.
Muchas gracias, y qué caso también tan lindo para celebrar, qué desafío enorme el que tomaste, ¿no? Como de pensar en ir a cerrar una institución educativa a que sea un caso paradigmático en la región. Así que muchas felicitaciones por haber liderado en conjunto con otros actores probablemente ese cambio tan grande en la institución educativa. Jorge, me encantaría escucharte a ti ahora.
Muchas gracias. Pues bueno, nuestro caso es un poco más pequeño. Laboro en una telesecundaria, como les comentaba, en medio rural, en el municipio de Tepatlasco, Veracruz. Es una escuela con apenas 50 estudiantes entre primero, segundo y tercero, que es el tramo final de educación básica aquí en nuestro país. Y pues bueno, nosotros pues haciendo este trabajo de reconocimiento precisamente para poder apoyar mejor a los estudiantes, pues íbamos reconociendo cómo es la situación desde familiar, social y pues la realidad, ahora sí, por la situación socioeconómica, pues muy pocas familias tienen libros, digamos, de literatura o de algo más que fueran los de escuela. Entonces, para coadyuvar a esto, pues nosotros, bueno, con otros colegas, con equipo, hemos ido implementando estrategias para ir apoyando desde ahí pues vamos a decir, ¿no? El hábito de la lectura. Entonces, yo visité incluso a una pequeña escuela creo que se llama educación inicial, porque es antes de entrar a preescolar, con los que les he prestado libros pues para no entrar en el debate de en qué época es mejor iniciar la lectura, pues les comentaba que, pues aunque los niños todavía no leyeran, se acostumbraran siempre a tener libros en casa. ¿Y qué sucede ahora en nuestras aulas? Pues a partir de la entrada del Plan Educativo 2022, pues en nuestras aulas tenemos el trabajo con proyectos en los campos formativos y a través de ellos se trastocan pues las disciplinas y entonces pues prácticamente el trabajo de comprensión lectora es muy constante, es frecuente porque los chicos tienen que estar documentando para resolver, para ejercitar, para dar, pues ahora sí, a completar sus acciones de sus proyectos. Entonces, no, relativamente ahorita no lo tenemos tan puntual como un seguimiento, pero sí reconocer el cómo recuperan la información, cómo la interpretan, cómo la están reflexionando, evaluando, incluso pues cómo ellos hacen su valoración, pues es prácticamente casi de todas las semanas, ¿no? Yo lo llamo como, haciendo una metáfora, como la sal dentro de la cocina, ¿no? Es la salecita en el guisado y tenemos el potencial que nosotros en telesecundarias pues prácticamente damos todas las asignaturas, entonces es más o menos una oportunidad muy buena para poder nosotros localizar textos, para poder acercarle a los estudiantes, ya sea en los diferentes proyectos que insisto que se trabajan, pues oportunidades de conocer temas, pues bueno, no temas tal cual, pero algunos textos que sean alusivos a los trabajos que estén realizando para poder así entretejer con ellos este gusto de la lectura.
Muchas gracias, Jorge. Y siento que si bien los tres casos son muy distintos, todos trajeron una cuestión interesante que no es tan técnica quizás, y es esta idea del gusto por la lectura, ¿no? Como hacer a los chicos más enamorar, el disfrute, como las ganas de querer leer, más allá de poder hacerlo, sino como el disfrute de la lectura, que me parece un punto muy interesante. Y escuchando que son los casos tan distintos, me queda una pregunta que me gustaría que nos cuenten, que es que sé que los problemas complejos requieren soluciones complejas, ¿no? Como es muy difícil pensar que hay una sola cosa que cambia la aguja, que hace que todo sea distinto, pero si tuvieran que elegir el condimento más importante de sus intervenciones en comprensión lectora, ¿qué es lo fundamental, lo crucial, lo que ustedes no negociarían nunca? ¿Qué serían cada uno de los casos? Y si quieren, respondamos en el mismo orden que recién y en la próxima cambio. Pero primero, Raquel, lo fundamental, lo clave que sí o sí tiene que estar en la intervención que estás liderando enfocada en comprensión lectora en la escuela.
Bien, desde 2019, cuando he empezado mi experiencia como directora, considero que una de las principales prácticas que ha demostrado mayor impacto en la mejora de la lectura y de la comprensión en los primeros años, desde de la educación infantil que se hace allí a partir de los 3 años, pues mi primera experiencia ha sido en una escuela de chicos muy pequeños, es el acompañamiento. Creo que lo principal que voy a destacar acá es la parte de acompañamiento. Acompañar de manera cercana el trabajo docente implica mucho en el suceso. Dialogar con los profesores, hacer las retroalimentaciones formativas, con énfasis en la enseñanza sistemática de lectura y de la comprensión es fundamental. También la conversa con los familiares de las crianças, la familia tiene que estar en la escuela. Nosotros tenemos que darnos nuestras manos y nos acercarnos de la familia. Asimismo, considero que uno de los principales acertos docentes es la formación continuada, también es algo indispensable, imprescindible. Cuando nosotros estamos allí en las clases, mirando las aulas, quitando evidencias, haciendo las capacitaciones como pares o como director, profesor, director, coordinador. Eso permite que nosotros fortalezcamos estrategias de alfabetización inicial y que mismo con toda la diversidad de los estudiantes, nosotros consigamos suceso. Monitorar es el principal factor de suceso en Sobral. Nosotros hacemos evaluaciones, nosotros hacemos anotaciones, vamos, voltamos, pero todos los días tenemos que estar en las clases al lado del profesor y de las crianzas.
Muchas gracias, fueron varios, pero de lo que voy a rescatar de lo que trajiste fue acompañamiento muy cercano a los docentes y a las familias, la formación continua de los docentes y el monitoreo, ¿no? Como esas claves del éxito de Sobral y de tu escuela. Vero.
En el caso de la escuela, creo que la principal es disciplinario. El abordaje de la lectura desde distintas miradas, no solamente desde distintas profesiones o especialidades, sino desde la experiencia. Ese sería el fundamental. Obviamente el acompañamiento se realiza a través de estos grupos transdisciplinarios, seguimiento de la lectura y el levantamiento de la información, el intercambio de opiniones, es lo que efectivamente
Me parece
nos ayuda a hacer.
Vero,
Perdón. No, estoy aquí de vuelta.
Estás de nuevo, perfecto. Pero querés retomar porque se te cortó, entonces no pudimos escucharte la idea.
Sí, comentaba de que principalmente tiene que ver con el trabajo transdisciplinario que se realiza con los estudiantes. Esa sería la estrategia más importante, porque a través de ese grupo transdisciplinario podemos hacer trabajo colaborativo, levantar información y retroalimentación. Súper importante el tema de tener un control, en este caso quincenal, de la lectura y poder trabajar en conjunto con los docentes, no de manera distante el equipo de gestión o de liderazgo sentado en una oficina, sino en conjunto con ellos y con ellas. Y obviamente la profesionalización docente, el estar permanentemente viendo qué nuevas estrategias podemos usar para poder mejorar la comprensión. Creo que esas dos son las principales. Entendiendo, insisto, que la transdisciplinariedad es lo más importante, sobre todo en casos como el nuestro.
Muchas gracias, Vero, y este concepto de transdisciplinario que traes me parece súper interesante. Y en la literatura hay mucho sobre la idea de liderazgo colaborativo, liderazgo compartido, liderazgo colectivo, pero hay algo de entender que necesitamos formar comunidad y hacer que los problemas, los desafíos y las oportunidades sean desde todos y para todos, que marca la diferencia. Así que creo que es súper interesante ahí lo que nos estás compartiendo. Jorge, ¿cuál es la clave en tu caso?
Bueno, pues como lo comentaba, una gran oportunidad que tenemos en telesecundaria es que prácticamente nosotros estamos durante toda la jornada escolar con los estudiantes. Entonces, así como la hora, digamos, el momento de la lectura, pues puede ser elegido para hacerlo propicio, ya sea para animar a la lectura, para promocionar la lectura o para hacer alguna investigación. Entonces, digamos que pues es el turnar este tipo de eventos, a veces a lo mejor leer únicamente un texto para disfrutarlo, hacer como diferentes espacios de encuentros, a lo mejor de repente hacer algo de escritura creativa, donde también nosotros dedicamos un poquito de tiempo a dar espacio a los chicos para que ellos mismos expresen cuáles son sus sentires, cuáles son sus inquietudes, cuáles son sus saberes, y los reconecten incluso también con las temáticas que estamos trabajando. Tenemos la pequeña ventaja de tener ahí un teatro al aire libre, entonces también es una práctica que a ellos les gusta, o lo vamos haciendo con gusto, que es un guiño, digamos, a la cultura, para que puedan ellos exponer y también representar sus textos, ¿no? Y algo más, como ya lo comentaron, y que pues obviamente tiene que habitar, son los libros, entonces que estén cerca de ellos, que siempre estén disponibles en la biblioteca, darle vida, darle su espacio, para que así pues siempre esté, pues digamos, en rotación, promoviéndola. También tuvimos un ejercicio por ahí incluso con otras escuelas, donde pues después de pandemia hicimos unos pequeños trabajos para que pudieran ellos recuperarlas, porque pues en algunos casos, como a veces sucede en las escuelas, se intercambian maestros, hubo mucho movimiento, y pues algunos compañeros ya habían como dejado esa parte así un poquito olvidada, y pues fue una manera de reconectar con las bibliotecas, con el trabajo de nosotros, y pues también ir tejiendo redes, ¿verdad? Que pues es hablar precisamente, como en este caso, de intercambiar las experiencias, sobre todo pues a veces qué temáticas atraen a los chicos que están pues en esta escolaridad, que es prácticamente la adolescencia, y pues siempre estar un poquito actualizando los acervos, que es también un trabajo pues un poquito fuerte, pero que se hace con gusto, para que pues se puedan seguir interesando en los trabajos de lectura.
Muchas gracias, Jorge, muy interesante. Me parece que justo la pregunta que tenía para vos ahora y que me gustaría que nos cuentes un poco más es como toda esta impronta que tiene la escuela que liderás, que pasa mucho por motivar a los estudiantes, por encontrar el sentido más allá de lo áulico, ¿no? Y poder vincularlo con otras cuestiones, como traes el ejemplo del teatro o de la lectura por placer. Pero también sé que ustedes trabajan haciendo una feria, que es un proyecto muy relevante de la escuela, entonces me gustaría que nos cuentes un poco más de eso, cómo la escuela sale un poco de la escuela y de la lógica escolar para involucrarse con intereses, con las familias, y cómo esto se vincula también con la comprensión lectora.
Sí, pues, mire, sabemos que trabajar la lectura tiene muchas posibilidades, y uno que quisimos explorar fue precisamente la lectura en comunidad, ¿no? Reunirnos, simplemente hablar de qué lecturas nos han atravesado, cuáles nos han gustado más, cuáles nos han llamado la atención, o cuáles simplemente no hemos terminado, ¿verdad? Porque tampoco es algo obligatorio. Por ahí, pues acotamos el decálogo de Daniel Pennac, de los derechos del lector. Y pues de esa manera, en un haber, nosotros aquí en México teníamos un programa nacional de lectura, que allá cuando yo ingresé al magisterio, pues lo teníamos, digamos ahí dictado ahí en el ciclo escolar, y hacíamos un calendario y todo esto, pero en algún momento pues no sabemos, se detuvo o lo cambiaron, y pues nosotros entonces nos dimos a la tarea de buscar nuevos caminos para poder compartir con los estudiantes de una manera pues digamos que les gustara, que fuera más lúdica, que fuera más entretenida, que es lo que está un poquito en moda, digámoslo así. Y entonces empezamos a hacer un café literario, como lo comento, reunirnos, ¿no?, a charlar de lectura, y después pues fueron surgiendo intereses, así también pues tuvimos que sumar, porque a final de cuentas pues estamos en una escuela, y sumar los trabajos escolares y lo que comentaba, algo de escritura, para desarrollar un espacio para escritores y para lectores, y después una muestra de teatro. Y es en los mes de abril, con el Día Internacional del Libro, que decidimos ya ir formalizando más la feria con el desarrollo de estos espacios. Entonces a la fecha tenemos también uno que gusta mucho, que es el cine libro, donde los chicos realizan sus guiones, hacen sus grabaciones, y en honra al cine mudo pues se proyectan las películas y se leen en vivo. y pues es como de alguna manera hacia el mes de abril donde ya hemos trabajado también otros aspectos de lectura en el aula y pues de alguna manera podemos reunir todos, ¿no? Siempre pues buscando la horizontalidad y buscando que los chicos hagan o promuevan sobre todo lo que les gusta, ¿no? Ellos tienen libertad de elegir en qué espacio participar, asimismo, pues también ser ya líderes, porque pues solo somos 3 maestros y hemos albergado a veces más de 300 personas entre escuelas, colectivos, y ahí pues también quisiera mencionar que en este camino no se anda solo, también nos han compartido muchas experiencias enriquecedoras, otros espacios, círculos de lectura, nuestra misma Secretaría de Educación nos ha apoyado y pues bueno, es la suma de muchas personas, ¿verdad? Y últimamente pues escritores que ahora ya los invitamos y también acuden para presentarnos sus libros y los chicos conozcan también textos de gente viva, que es algo también que es muy interesante y que estamos trabajando.
Muchísimas gracias, Jorge. Está buenísimo los ejemplos tan concretos y reales que nos trae sobre cómo motivarlo y cómo vincularlo con cuestiones cotidianas, con sus intereses, clave también para la edad con las que ustedes están trabajando. Y yendo entonces bien a lo contextual, me gustaría pasar a Verónica, que un poco cuando presentó la institución, comentó un dato que no pasa desapercibido, que es que el 70% de la población escolar es migrante. Entonces es una escuela altamente atravesada por la diversidad cultural y eso tiene seguramente un montón de riqueza, un montón de desafíos también. Y me gustaría que nos cuentes un poquito cómo lo abordan desde la comprensión lectora en particular, ¿no? Como cuáles son las claves para pensar el abordaje de la comprensión lectora en una comunidad tan diversa.
En el caso de la escuela, con esta concentración de alumnos migrantes que bueno, muchos de ellos han pasado situaciones muy complejas para llegar a nuestro país. Se trabaja desde la emoción, la lectura desde la emoción. Cuando tú trabajas con los estudiantes más allá de los aspectos técnicos que tienen que ver con lo que hablábamos, conciencia fonológica, tratar los trastornos del sonido del habla, etcétera, trabajas aspectos emocionales acercando la literatura también a las realidades, lecturas en donde ellos se reconozcan, lecturas en donde reconozcan sus contextos, que generen este sentido de pertenencia porque el desarraigo es muy fuerte también. Niños que de la noche a la mañana perdieron sus amigos, su casa, etcétera. Entonces hay que curar también heridas y empezar a leer y usar.
Ahí. Vero, sé que estaba teniendo desafíos con el internet y ahí la perdimos, me parece que no está volviendo. Pero creo que lo bueno es que llegamos a poder escuchar un poco como Ahí. Vero, te perdimos. Te llegamos a escuchar igual el principio bien del abordaje, pero después el final de lo que estabas compartiendo te quedaste congelada.
Hablar de emoción. Educar desde la emoción y entender, en la escuela entendemos que primero se cura el alma y después lo demás. Entonces, a través de la lectura y usar la lectura como una herramienta para canalizar las emociones, para entendernos y reconocernos. Eso es fundamental. A veces uno olvida la importancia de un libro, la importancia de la lectura. La lectura habla de las emociones humanas, relata la cultura a través de la emoción, de la palabra escrita. Entonces es súper importante para trabajar, sobre todo en contextos como el nuestro, que tiene una alta concentración de estudiantes migrantes, más allá, insisto, de los aspectos técnicos que podamos conversar.
Excelente. Bueno, ahí se te escuchó perfecto. Muchas gracias y muy, muy profundo también, ¿no? Porque a veces siento que es fácil pensar las cuestiones más técnicas que implican la lectura, pero qué importante poder como traerlo trabajarlo en comunidad para sanar, para conectar. Gracias por compartir. Raquel, yendo ahora al norte de Brasil y un poco retomando esta pregunta que te traía antes, como el caso de Sobral es muy particular, el distrito en el que la escuela está, porque es un distrito con una política pública, con un acuerdo público muy fuerte enfocado en trabajar la comprensión lectora. Y me gustaría saber vos, como directora, como cuáles son las ventajas y los desafíos de estar en un distrito así, como en qué suma, en qué no suma, qué hace que sea más fácil, qué hace que sea más difícil.
Bien, liderar una institución educativa dentro de un distrito que ha definido como prioridad la política pública de la mejora de la comprensión lectora representa para mí un gran compromiso y también una enorme oportunidad. Uno de los principales desafíos es lograr que esta política no se quede solamente en el papel, en líneas generales, sino que se traduzca en prácticas pedagógicas concretas y sostenidas en el aula. Esto implica en acompañar de cerca a los docentes, fortalecer la formación continuada y generar espacios de trocas, de reflexión sobre las prácticas de enseñanza de la lectura, respetando al mismo tiempo los diferentes ritmos y contextos de nuestros estudiantes. Un otro desafío importante es garantizar la coherencia entre las evaluaciones externas, las propuestas curriculares, que nosotros tenemos la nuestra, ¿no? Nuestra propia propuesta curricular, y las realidades cotidianas de la escuela. Al mismo tiempo, las oportunidades son muy valiosas. Contar con una política pública clara nos brinda con un marco común, los recursos y objetivos compartidos que facilitan el trabajo en equipo y la toma de decisiones pedagógicas basadas en evidencias. Además, permite que nos fortalezcamos en nuestra lideranza, que fortalezcamos el liderazgo pedagógico de la escuela, promoviendo una cultura institucional centrada en la lectura y las trayectorias educativas más equitativas. Desde mi rol, entiendo también que liderar en este contexto implica articular la política del distrito con una identidad de la escuela, construir acuerdos con la comunidad educativa y sostener una mirada pedagógica que ponga a la comprensión lectora como una herramienta fundamental para el desarrollo integral de nuestros estudiantes. Y también que nosotros no nos dejamos perder la mirada, porque desde temprano tenemos eso en la sangre, el acompañamiento, la lectura, la comprensión lectora, es algo que está muy presente en nuestras prácticas pedagógicas en esta política pública de Sobral.
Muchas gracias, Raquel. Creo que muchas veces cuando hablamos del rol de los directores, estamos hablando mucho sobre qué necesita hacer el director para acompañar a los docentes, para acompañar a las familias. Me parece súper interesante que en tu respuesta vos podés traer qué es lo que hace el ministerio para que vos puedas tener un mejor rol, ¿no? Y el caso de Sobral es un caso como muy paradigmático para eso. Y tenés cosas muy buenas que dijiste que el ministerio y la secretaría ya están haciendo. Me gustaría saber si hay algo que sentís que todavía no están haciendo y te gustaría que suceda, como algún tipo de soporte que sentís que haría que tu rol sea todavía mejor.
Yo creo que como secretaría, ¿no? Desde ahora agradezco a mi secretaria de Educación, es muy temprana en respondernos. Creo que sea más el acompañamiento de las familias, porque la comunidad escolar se queda en barrios muy pobres, entonces por veces ellos tienen solamente lo que comen en la escuela. Entonces,
Ujú.
la fome también es un factor de riesgo para la comprensión lectora, para el aprendizaje, para la alfabetización.
Excelente, muchas gracias. Y escuchando a Raquel, me da mucha intriga qué piensan Jorge y Verónica de esto en países con contextos muy distintos, ¿no? Y realidades muy diferentes. ¿Cómo es el apoyo que se tiene de parte de sus ministerios de educación, como en sus roles, como, no sé, supervisores, como cual sea la unidad en cada uno de sus países de acompañamiento? Me gustaría, si pueden destacar como algo que esté haciendo que los ayude en su rol, que gracias a eso están pudiendo hacer su rol mejor, o si hay algo que al revés, como todavía no está pasando, pero si sucediera eso, creen que podrían hacer mejor su rol también. Y si querés, Jorge, te invito a empezar a vos porque a Verónica la veo un poco congelada.
Muy bien, gracias. Pues sí, lógicamente que como nosotros pues estamos acá, ¿no? Trabajando en esta comunidad y desde la escuela, que lógicamente le hemos querido dar esta mirada comunitaria y para ello pues hacemos todo el tipo de trámites para que nuestras autoridades tengan conocimiento del uso del espacio y de lo que ahí ocurre y acontece, ¿verdad? A lo mejor eso nos posibilita haber podido crecer durante 16 años esta feria y también pues es ahorita en este momento el trabajo, digamos, en cuanto a lectura, un poquito más empoderado en las escuelas. Es poco lo que nos dictan sobre ese trabajo que yo tenga presente, salvo lo que tenemos en el plan de estudios y lo que tenemos en la ley del libro per se, aquí en México. Tenemos esa libertad. Y a lo mejor nos potencializaría poder recibir más acervos para las bibliotecas, porque pues realmente sí tiene ya un poco de tiempo que nosotros no hemos crecido. Tenemos que gestionar y hacer otro tipo de labores para poder tener acervos suficientes y actualizados para que los estudiantes lo puedan aprovechar.
Muchísimas gracias. Vero, ¿me escuchaste la pregunta? No sé cómo viene tu internet. ¿Sí? ¿Escuchaste?
La verdad es que no, pero entiendo que habla sobre las políticas del Estado, ¿cierto? Y qué pediríamos, ¿verdad? Sí.
Ujú.
Bueno, la mayor presencia yo solicitaría de las escuelas, mayor participación en los programas que emanan del Estado. Nosotros tenemos un país que efectivamente el Estado de Chile se compromete mucho con la lectura. Tenemos el programa Leo Primero, que además tiene textos para la enseñanza de la lectura y todo un seguimiento y perfeccionamiento, etcétera, pero ninguna escuela es igual. Nosotros acá tenemos 3 directores de 3 países distintos en este panel, pero dentro de nuestros propios países también podemos decir que existe una diversidad infinita de escuelas, de realidades al interior de las comunidades educativas. Entonces sería interesante verlo a nivel de Estado. ¿Qué realidades tienen? ¿Qué contribuyen las escuelas para mejorar las políticas de Estado respecto de la adquisición de la lectura y de la comprensión lectora? Creo que esas singularidades aportarían a mejorar. Nosotros tenemos como país desafíos grandes en materia de comprensión lectora. Nos duele bastante también estar ahí un poquito al debe, a lo mejor, respecto de otros países de la OCDE. Yo escuchaba una ponencia que tuvo el Banco del Desarrollo, el Banco Mundial, y hablaba de que el tema de los niños que no leen o no comprenden lo que leen como indicador había llegado incluso sobre el 70% eventualmente durante la pandemia y bajado, se redujo como a un 60%. Son realidades que están afectándonos a todos. insisto, pero desde la singularidad, desde la particularidad. Yo creo que eso, las mesas de trabajo con establecimiento sería fundamental para mejorar las políticas de Estado de comprensión lectora.
Muchas gracias, Vero. Y un poco en la línea de lo que estás compartiendo, hay una pregunta en el chat que dice, ¿cómo se sienten con el hecho de este movimiento? O sea, este movimiento por la comprensión lectora, en donde estamos formando parte ahora en este panel. Y la pregunta que sigue dice, ¿sienten que el compromiso de todas estas organizaciones y dirigentes puede ser un apoyo para su trabajo en las escuelas? ¿Qué opinan? El que tenga ganas de contestar o la que tenga ganas. Dale, Jorge.
Gracias. Miren, por supuesto que yo creo que todas las oportunidades que dan de visibilizar algo que sucede al interior de la escuela y por supuesto algo pues que es tan vital para desarrollar una habilidad comunicativa como leer y escribir, pues es muy importante, ¿no? De ahí yo también agradezco profundamente la posibilidad de estar en este espacio. Y por otro lado, pues preguntarnos de qué manera podemos nosotros ir aportando a que esto ocurra, como lo comentaba. De repente sobresale la situación de que tenemos que los padres de familia consideran que la escuela debe de enseñar y educar todo. Y como lo comentaba anteriormente, un hábito como la lectura, pues preferentemente lo deben de tomar desde las infancias tempranas, para que no sea ajeno al niño un periódico, un libro, una revista. Y sin embargo, pues tenemos el tema que al menos en las comunidades donde nosotros laboramos, pues muchas veces esto no ocurre, pero creo que no es por maldad ni de los padres ni del gobierno, ¿no? Sino simplemente las circunstancias socioeconómicas, pues muchas veces no le permitan a los tutores invertir en una bibliografía, ¿no? Entonces, a lo mejor uniendo esfuerzos entre, pues, organizaciones, ONGs, sistema educativo, pues nosotros podríamos coadyuvar a que se vayan dando estas situaciones. Me atrevo a explorar nuevos tipos de lectura, medios digitales. Bueno, lo que es curioso es que sí ha aumentado el número de dispositivos celulares en la región que yo estoy, ¿no? O sea, de repente pues uno dice, no hay libros, pero sí hay dispositivos. Entonces, a lo mejor habría maneras de hacer llegar otras formas de lectura también a las personas y involucrarlos para poder promoverla.
Gracias, Jorge. Hay algo de esto que salió antes también, ¿no? De la importancia de que todo, como que para que esto suceda, necesitamos todos desde algún lugar involucrarnos. Entonces, todos tenemos un rol para jugar y hay que entender en cada comunidad, en cada región, en cada situación, como qué rol se puede jugar, pero que seguro como los consensos y las coaliciones ayudan para eso, porque ayudan a dividir esos roles, ¿no? Como a poder asignarlos. Nos quedan poquitos minutos y tengo una última pregunta para cerrar, pero Vero, dale, obvio. Adelante.
Súper corto, pero yo me sumo a las palabras de Jorge. Creo que es fundamental el trabajo de las organizaciones, el haber hecho este encuentro, por ejemplo, y me sumo también al agradecimiento infinito de haber considerado nuestra escuela para este encuentro y para visibilizar estas realidades, pero la importancia de comprometer al adulto, a las familias respecto de la comprensión lectora, creo que es una tarea que tenemos como latinoamericanos, me atrevería a decir. El acercar la lectura, el volver a hacer que sea importante leer. Nosotros recibimos niños en primero básico que jamás les leyeron un cuento, cuando para mi generación, mayorcita, era lo normal dormirse con un cuento. Entonces el niño no tiene imágenes más allá de lo que le presenta la televisión. Entonces es fundamental revitalizar el gusto por la lectura, pero en adultos, en la familia.
Gracias, Vero. Muchas gracias. Ahí veo que Raquel estaba levantando la mano, seguramente acordando mucho con el punto de la familia. Te dejo compartir, Raquel.
Bien, yo me siento profundamente feliz, honrada de participar de un movimiento que pone el centro de lectura y comprensión lectora en el cerne del aprendizaje. Formar parte de esta iniciativa que hoy nosotros nos encontramos acá significa contribuir para la formación de lectores críticos capaces de comprender, de reflexionar, de transformar las realidades y a través de la palabra. Es muy mágico cuando una crianza pequeña quita el libro en mano, mira, da una mirada y mira, yo consigo leer. Es mágico, es como si fuera una verdadera mágica. Es una experiencia enriquecedora que refuerza el compromiso, mi compromiso de mis pares que allí están con la educación de calidad, con el derecho de todos de una educación de calidad. Porque nosotros sabemos que países como Brasil, de pueblos como mi ciudad, pequeñas y que no son tan ricas, sufren, pero nosotros acreditamos que podemos transformar esta realidad.
Raquel, muchas gracias de nuevo a los tres. Ya nos quedan muy poquitos minutos para cerrar esta conversación, pero entonces lo que voy a hacer es agradecerles profundamente por su tiempo, su testimonio y por todo el trabajo que están haciendo en las escuelas todos los días, que a veces no es tan visible, y me alegra mucho que hayamos tenido este espacio para que lo hagan visible, para que lo compartan, y que ojalá quienes están escuchando puedan entrar a ver más de sus escuelas y del trabajo que están haciendo, que es realmente alucinante. Y ojalá también esto sea testimonio de que cada vez más haya equipos directivos, docentes y estudiantes, cuando estemos conversando sobre la comprensión lectora, cuando estemos tomando decisiones, porque sus voces son claves. Y como decía al principio, el rol que tienen los equipos directivos, el rol que tienen ustedes, es fundamental en el aprendizaje de los estudiantes, y aún así es un rol en el que tiene poco acompañamiento, poca inversión, poca formación, y ojalá esto también sea una invitación a que cada vez más los podamos acompañar mejor desde la política pública, desde las formaciones, desde las conexiones, y que podamos celebrar más todavía el trabajo que están haciendo. Así que muchas, pero muchas gracias a los tres y a lo que todos ustedes representan, ¿no? Como a todos los otros directores y directoras que hoy no están acá en la conversación, pero que sí están en las escuelas haciendo un trabajo espectacular como el que están haciendo ustedes. Y muchas gracias a todos los que nos estuvieron escuchando. Muchas gracias al Movimiento por la Comprensión Lectora por este espacio y por este evento que me parece que fue súper importante y un hito muy particular para la región. Así que estamos en contacto.
Muchas gracias.